Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more nightbound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The moss beneath Ilara's bare feet felt like the softest velvet carpet, damp with morning dew that had lingered long past the sun's first greeting. She pressed her palm against the ancient oak's bark, feeling its ridged surface tell stories in a language older than words, while the forest around her hummed with the quiet symphony of awakening life. A jay's call echoed from somewhere high above, its voice sharp and clear in the crystalline air, and she breathed in the rich scent of earth and wild herbs that clung to the morning like nature's own incense. But there was something else, something that made her pause mid-step, her leather satchel of gathered roots and dried flowers shifting against her hip. The cabin ahead, nestled between towering pines like a secret whispered into being, had smoke curling from its chimney in patterns that seemed to dance rather than drift, spiralling upward in graceful helixes that defied the gentle morning breeze. In this time of kings and crusades, when the year 1203 was still fresh as morning frost, and the world beyond these woods buzzed with the ambitions of Norman lords and the prayers of Saxon peasants, there existed pockets of older wisdom, places where the ancient ways still held sway, where those who understood the language of root and leaf could find sanctuary from the relentless march of changing times. The great forests of Britain were shrinking year by year, cleared for farmland and timber, their ancient groves replaced by neat rows of barley and rye. But this particular woodland had earned whispered names in the villages below. The Whispering Wood, some called it, or the Grove of Endless Stories. Others, those with longer memories and more cautious tongues, simply referred to it as the old place, speaking the words with the particular reverence reserved for things that commanded respect without demanding explanation. To Ilara, who had walked its winding paths for more seasons than she cared to count, gathering medicinal plants and observing the subtle cycles that governed all growing things, it was simply home. Not the home of birth. That had been a tiny village 3 days' walk to the southeast, where her mother had taught her the basic arts of herbalism, before dying of a fever that no amount of willow bark or feverfew could break. Not the home of marriage and children. She had tried that path briefly in her 20th year, only to discover that her restless spirit chafed against the confines of hearth and husband, like a wild bird trapped in too small a cage. This was the home of choice, of recognition, of finding the place where her particular gifts could flourish without apology or explanation. The forest stretched in all directions around the hidden cabin, its boundaries marked not by walls or fences but by the gradual shift from ancient growth to newer woods, from trees that remembered the time before human settlement to those that had grown up alongside ploughed fields and village boundaries. Here, in the heart of what had once been a vast wilderness, oaks and ash trees reached heights that would have been impossible in the managed woodlands that surrounded the Norman estates. Their trunks were so massive that it would take 6 people holding hands to encircle them, their bark scarred and ridged with the patience of centuries, their canopies so dense that even at midday the forest floor remained dappled with shadows that shifted and danced like living things. The cabin itself seemed to grow from the forest floor rather than rest upon it, its walls of weathered timber so perfectly aligned with the natural curves of the land that one might pass within arm's reach and never notice it was there. Which, Ilara mused as she approached the heavy wooden door with its iron hinges green with age, was rather the point. The structure had been built by someone who understood that the most powerful magic was often the most subtle, that true sanctuary came not from imposing one's will upon the landscape, but from finding one's place within its existing harmonies. The windows glowed with warm amber light that spilled across beds of wild violets and forgotten roses, casting shadows that moved with the gentle sway of overhead branches. Morning glory vines had claimed the eastern wall as their own, their blue and purple trumpets opening to greet the day with silent fanfares of colour. A garden sprawled around the dwelling in organised chaos. Neat rows of medicinal herbs intermingled with wild berry bushes heavy with fruit, while climbing roses had wound themselves around a wooden trellis that looked as if it had been standing since the days of the Saxon kings. Elara paused before knocking, taking a moment to appreciate the careful balance between cultivation and wildness that marked the dwelling's surroundings. Lavender grew beside Lady's mantle, their contrasting scents creating a perfume that seemed designed to calm the mind and ease the spirit. Comfrey spread its broad leaves in the deeper shade, while delicate wood sorrel carpeted the spaces between larger plants with shamrock leaves that caught the filtered sunlight like tiny green coins. This was the garden of someone who understood plants not just as medicines or food, but as partners in the great work of healing that encompassed body, mind, and spirit alike. She knocked 3 times, as was proper when visiting those who dwelt between worlds, and waited as the sound echoed through the morning air like the tolling of some distant bell. Birds paused in their singing as if they too were listening for a response, and even the breeze seemed to still itself in anticipation. When the door finally opened, it revealed a man whose age could have been 30 or 300, depending on how the light caught his eyes and what mood the morning had brought to his weathered features. His hair, the colour of autumn leaves just beginning to turn from green to gold, was pulled back with a simple leather cord that looked as if it had been braided from the inner bark of some tree whose name had been forgotten by all but the most dedicated scholars. His clothes spoke of someone who valued function over fashion. A rough-hewn tunic dyed the deep brown of oak bark, well-worn leather boots that had walked countless miles through forest and field, and hands that bore the honest stains of someone who worked with earth and growing things on a daily basis. But it was his eyes that gave away his true nature, bright with the particular intelligence that came from years spent reading the subtle language written in wind patterns and leaf arrangements, in the behaviour of animals and the changing of seasons. "Ah," he said, his voice carrying the warmth of honeymead and the cadence of someone who had learned that the best conversations often began with silence rather than rushing to fill the air with words. "The herbalist returns from her wanderings. I was wondering when you'd find your way back to my door, Elara of the many paths." This was Finn, keeper of the cabin, guardian of stories both told and untold, and the closest thing to a neighbour she had known in these woods for the past decade. His smile held the kind of mischief that came from knowing secrets the rest of the world had forgotten, and his eyes twinkled with the particular brand of humour reserved for those who had learned not to take themselves too seriously while still understanding the profound seriousness of the work they had been called to do. Behind him, the cabin's interior beckoned with the promise of warmth, stories, and perhaps most importantly a proper cup of tea brewed from herbs that grew nowhere else in all of Britain. "Your chimney smoke was writing poetry again," Elara observed, stepping across the threshold into air thick with the scent of dried herbs, beeswax candles, and something indefinably magical, like the way rain smells just before it falls, or the particular quality of light that precedes the most spectacular sunsets. "I thought it might be trying to tell me something important," Finn chuckled, a sound like pebbles tumbling down a gentle stream bed, smooth and musical, and somehow perfectly suited to the peaceful atmosphere of the forest morning. "Everything in this forest is trying to tell us something, my dear wanderer. The trick is learning which voices to listen to, and which ones are simply showing off for the entertainment of passing clouds." He gestured toward a chair by the hearth, where flames danced in patterns that seemed almost too purposeful to be natural, their light painting the interior walls with shifting patterns of gold and amber. "Though I suspect you've come with stories of your own this morning, the look in your eyes suggests you've encountered something unusual in your recent travels." The interior of the cabin revealed itself in layers, like a book opening page by page to reveal its secrets to a patient reader. Shelves lined every wall from floor to ceiling, their wooden surfaces worn smooth by decades of careful use, and laden with jars of mysterious contents that glowed softly in their glass prisons. Some held herbs that Alara recognised. Dried calendula with its cheerful orange petals, bundles of sage that still retained their silvery green colour, roots of burdock and dandelion carefully cleaned and chopped, but others contained substances that defied easy categorisation. A jar of what looked like crystallised moonlight, another filled with seeds that seemed to shift and move even though the container was perfectly still, a third holding what appeared to be ordinary water but which occasionally sparkled with tiny flashes of colour like trapped auroras. Books crowded the shelves alongside the jars, their spines bearing titles in languages that predated the Norman conquest, and others that Alara couldn't identify at all. Some volumes looked ancient beyond measure, their leather bindings cracked and faded to the colour of autumn leaves, while others appeared to have been written yesterday, despite the obvious antiquity of their contents. Curious objects perched between the books and jars, defying easy categorization. A stone that seemed to generate its own soft light, a piece of wood carved into impossible spirals that hurt the eyes to follow, a collection of feathers from birds that Alara was fairly certain existed nowhere in the known world. A spinning wheel sat in one corner of the room, its wooden frame polished smooth by years of use and gleaming like honey in the firelight. Beside it stood a basket filled with what looked like ordinary wool, but which seemed to shimmer with colours that had no names, shifting from blue to green to silver as the light moved across its surface. The wheel itself was clearly functional, not merely decorative, and fine thread still hung from its spindle as if its operator had stepped away only moments before. Bundles of herbs hung from the rafters like fragrant clouds, their dried leaves rustling softly in the warm air that rose from the fire below. Some Alara recognised immediately: thyme and rosemary, vervain and meadowsweet, the familiar allies she gathered for her own healing work. But others were strangers to her experienced eye, plants with leaves shaped like nothing she'd seen before, flowers that retained impossible colours even in their dried state, roots and berries that seemed to hum with their own quiet energy. The hearth dominated the far wall, its mantelpiece crowded with candles of various heights and colours, each flame casting dancing shadows that seemed to move independently of their source. The fire itself burned with unusual steadiness, its flames reaching upward in patterns that reminded Alara of the smoke she had noticed outside, too deliberate and purposeful to be entirely natural. Above the mantel hung a mirror whose surface seemed to show reflections that were almost, but not quite, accurate. Familiar faces with subtle differences, familiar rooms with small changes that suggested alternate versions of reality, existing just beyond the edge of perception. Alara settled into the offered chair, noting how it seemed to mould itself to her form, as if it remembered every visitor who had ever sought comfort within its embrace. The cushions were covered in fabric that felt like silk but had the deep, earthy colours of autumn woods, and the arms were carved with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change when viewed peripherally. The fire popped and crackled, sending sparks up the chimney in spirals that reminded her of the dancing smoke that had first caught her attention, and she accepted the steaming mug Finn pressed into her hands with gratitude that went beyond the simple pleasure of a warm tea on a cool morning. "There's a grove," she began, testing the temperature of her drink and finding it perfectly suited to her taste. Not too hot, not too mild, with flavours that seemed to change subtly with each sip. 3 days' walk to the northwest, where the old standing stones mark the boundary between what was and what is. You know the place I mean, where the Roman road used to run before the forest reclaimed it, where you can still find traces of their mile markers if you know how to look. Finn nodded, his expression growing more attentive as he recognised the location she described. The standing stones were old beyond memory, predating Roman occupation by centuries, marking boundaries and sacred spaces that had been honoured by peoples whose names were lost to history. That such places retained their power even after the coming of Christianity was something acknowledged only by those who had learned to see past the surface of things, to recognise the deeper currents that ran beneath the everyday world. The trees there. Alara paused, searching for words that could capture what she'd witnessed, without sounding like someone whose wits had been addled by too much time alone in the forest. They're singing, Finn, not the usual whisper of wind through leaves, but actual songs, harmonies that make your heart ache with their beauty, melodies that seem to tell stories in languages older than human speech. She took another sip of her tea, recognizing the familiar blend of chamomile and mint, but also something else, something that tasted like starlight might if starlight had a flavour. The warmth spread through her chest like liquid sunshine, carrying with it a sense of safety and belonging that made it easier to share experiences that might sound impossible to less sympathetic ears. The melodies were complex, she continued, her voice growing stronger as she found the words to describe her encounter. Layered harmonies that wove together like voices in a choir, but a choir composed of beings whose understanding of music went far deeper than human comprehension. Some voices were deep and slow, like the bass notes of the earth itself, while others were high and bright as bird song. But they all fit together perfectly, creating something that was both utterly alien and completely familiar. Finn's eyebrows rose like question marks drawn in charcoal, and he leaned forward in his own chair, cradling his tea as if it were a bird that might take flight at any moment. His expression carried no skepticism, only the focused attention of someone who had learned to take seriously any report of the unusual or impossible. Singing trees, you say? How delightfully predictable of them. His tone carried no sarcasm, only the fond exasperation of someone who had learned to expect the impossible on any given Tuesday. Was there anything else? Strange lights, perhaps? Animals behaving as if they were attending a particularly exclusive social gathering? The deer were sitting in perfect circles, Ilara admitted, feeling a flush of embarrassment that seemed foolish in the accepting atmosphere of the cabin. 7 circles, actually, arranged in a pattern that reminded me of the stone arrangements you sometimes find on ancient burial mounds. And the flowers. She paused, remembering the uncanny beauty of what she had witnessed. They were blooming and closing in rhythm with the songs, as if they were keeping time, roses opening their petals wide during the crescendos, then folding them gently closed during the softer passages. The tea continued to warm her from the inside out, its mysterious additional ingredients creating a sense of well-being that made even the most extraordinary revelations seem like natural parts of an extraordinary but comprehensible world. She found herself relaxing into the chair's embrace, feeling muscles she hadn't realised were tense beginning to unwind as the familiar comfort of Finn's presence worked its own gentle magic. "I've walked these woods for 20 years, she continued, her voice growing softer as she remembered the profound sense of recognition she had felt in the grove. "Since I was barely more than a girl, seeking plants for healing and learning the secret places where the rarest specimens could be found. I've seen many wonders in that time, fairy rings that glowed with their own light, springs that never froze even in the deepest winter, trees that bore fruit out of season. But I've never seen anything quite like this." The keeper of the cabin nodded thoughtfully, his gaze drifting to the dancing flames as if they might offer counsel or confirmation. Outside, the morning was advancing toward midday, and the quality of light filtering through the windows had shifted from the pale gold of the early dawn to the richer amber of a sun climbing toward its zenith. The wind had picked up slightly, sending a chorus of whispers through the surrounding trees that seemed to echo the conversation within, as if the forest itself was always part of any discussion, always adding its own commentary in rustles and sighs that those with ears to hear could interpret. This was the way of things in the deep woods, where the boundaries between inside and outside, between speaker and listener, were as fluid as morning mist. The ancient trees that surrounded the cabin had witnessed countless conversations over the decades of Finn's residence, and some of their accumulated wisdom seemed to seep through the walls like a subtle presence that made every discussion richer and more meaningful than it might have been elsewhere. "Tell me," Finn said, his voice dropping to the particular tone reserved for questions whose answers might change everything. "Did the songs make you want to stay? Did they call to something in your heart that felt like homesickness for a place you'd never been?" The question struck home with the accuracy of an arrow finding its mark, and Ilara's fingers tightened around her mug as she felt the truth of her experience crystallizing into words. "Yes," she whispered. the admission feeling like a secret she'd been carrying without knowing its weight. I wanted to lie down among the roots and listen until I forgot my own name, until I became part of whatever vast conversation was taking place around me. It frightened me how much I wanted that. How natural it felt to consider abandoning everything I've built, everything I am, just to become another voice in their chorus. The fire settled into a quieter rhythm, its flames reaching toward the chimney with patient persistence while shadows gathered in the corners like old friends preparing to share their own stories. The cabin seemed to exhale, settling deeper into its foundation, as if preparing for a long and comfortable session of tale-telling. This was what Finn's dwelling did best. It created spaces where stories could unfold naturally, where the impossible became merely improbable, and where the ancient world could peek through the cracks of the mundane like wildflowers growing through cobblestones. "Ah," Finn murmured, settling back into his chair with the satisfied air of someone whose suspicions had been confirmed in exactly the way he had hoped. "Then you found them, the remembered trees. I wondered when they might wake again." The name hung in the air like incense, heavy with implication and ancient meaning. Elara repeated it softly, tasting the words like wine to determine their vintage and finding them both familiar and strange, as if she had heard them before in dreams or half-remembered songs. "The remembered trees. You speak as if they're old friends of yours." Finn's smile carried the weight of decades, and his eyes focused on something far beyond the cabin walls, seeing perhaps into the past or into futures that existed only as possibilities dancing in the flames of his hearth. Old friends. Old mysteries, old responsibilities. They've been sleeping for, must be 15 years now, since the last keeper of their stories passed into whatever realm keeps the guardians of ancient secrets. He rose from his chair with the fluid grace of someone whose joints had long ago made peace with the damp forest air, moving to one of his countless shelves to retrieve a leather-bound journal that looked as if it had survived several small wars and emerged victorious but battle-scarred. The binding was worn smooth by handling. Its original colour faded to the rich brown of autumn earth, and it fell open in his hands with the ease of a book that had been consulted many times over many years. "Perhaps it's time you heard the tale properly," he said, returning to his chair with the journal cradled like a sleeping child. "After all, if the trees are singing again, it means they're looking for someone new to tend their stories." The journal fell open to a page marked with a pressed flower, whose petals still held traces of impossible colours, blues that shifted to violet in the flickering firelight, golds that seemed to generate their own illumination, reds that pulsed like captured sunset. The paper itself was thick and cream-coloured, bearing the kind of patient ageing that came from years of careful handling rather than neglect. Finn's handwriting covered the pages in neat lines that seemed to flow like water, punctuated here and there with small sketches of leaves whose shapes didn't match any species Elara could identify, symbols that predated any modern alphabet, and notes scrawled in margins by someone who clearly believed that blank space was merely an invitation for additional thoughts. "The grove you found," he began, his finger tracing a small map drawn in faded ink that nevertheless remained perfectly legible, "marks the heart of what was once the greatest forest in all of Britain. Not the greatest in size, mind you. Even then there were larger woodlands stretching across the island like green seas, but greatest in depth, you might say, in the layers of story and memory that had taken root between the trees like some vast underground network of meaning." Outside, the wind carried new scents through the windows that Finn had left slightly open to encourage the circulation of air and ideas alike. The promise of rain rode on the breeze, along with the distant smoke of village hearths, where ordinary people lived ordinary lives, blissfully unaware that magic was having a quiet conversation just a few miles away through the forest. The cabin's windows glowed more brightly against the subtle darkening of the sky, and Elara found herself sinking deeper into her chair as Finn's words began to weave themselves around her like a comfortable blanket. "In those days," Finn continued, his voice taking on the particular rhythm that marked the beginning of a story meant to last through the afternoon, and perhaps into the evening, when Norman lords were still learning to pronounce English names properly, and the old ways were retreating deeper into hill and hollow, like shy animals avoiding the noise of civilization, there lived in this forest a woman named Morwen. She was what we might call a tree speaker, though that term hardly does justice to what she could accomplish with patience, understanding, and the kind of deep listening that most people never learn to. He turned the page, revealing a sketch of a figure standing among towering oaks, her hands raised as if conducting some invisible orchestra whose music only she could hear. The drawing was simple but remarkably expressive, capturing something in the woman's posture that spoke of authority earned rather than claimed, of someone who had learned to listen before presuming to speak, who understood that true power came from working with natural forces rather than attempting to dominate them. Morwen had discovered that certain trees, the very oldest ones, those that had stood for centuries and witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms, retained memories in their rings like libraries written in living wood. She could place her hands on their bark and feel the echo of everything they had seen. The Roman legions marching through on their way to forgotten battles, their armour clanking and their voices raised in songs that mix Latin words with melodies borrowed from conquered peoples. The Saxon farmers who had cleared the surrounding lands with fire and axe, building their halls and planting their crops in patterns that followed the old traditions of their Germanic ancestors, the Viking raiders who had paused beneath their branches to count stolen silver and debate whether to push further inland or return to their ships with the wealth they had already gathered. Elara leaned forward, drawn by something in Finn's tone that suggested this was more than just another forest legend, more than the kind of story told to entertain children on long winter nights. The fire seemed to listen as well, its flames growing steadier as if unwilling to miss a single word through careless flickering. She could actually hear their memories, not just sense them, but hear the actual sounds they had preserved. More than hear them, Finn replied, his eyes twinkling with the particular delight of someone about to share a truly magnificent secret. She learned to help them remember together. You see, individual trees might hold fragments, a battle cry echoing through their leaves here, a lover's whisper caught in their bark there, the sound of axes that had threatened them but never quite reached their roots. But when Morwen taught them to share their memories, to weave them together like threads in some vast tapestry of experience, that's when the real magic began. He flipped through several more pages, past diagrams of root systems that looked suspiciously like maps of underground rivers, past pressed leaves labelled with dates stretching back centuries in multiple hands and scripts, past sketches of animals that might have been entirely normal or might have been something more extraordinary depending on how the light struck them. Finally he found what he was looking for, a page that bore a single word written in letters that seemed to shimmer with their own inner light: remembrance. The trees began to dream together, Finn said softly, his voice taking on the reverent tone reserved for describing miracles. And in their shared dreams they could recreate entire eras with perfect accuracy. Walk through that grove when the trees were fully awake, fully connected to the vast network of memory they had created, and you might hear a medieval feast in progress, complete with the clink of metal goblets and the laughter of nobles who had been dust for 200 years. Or you might catch the echo of children playing games whose rules had been forgotten before your grandfather's grandfather drew his first breath. The tea had grown cool in Elara's hands, but she barely noticed as the story wove itself around her consciousness like smoke, carrying her deeper into a past that felt more real than the present moment. She could almost hear those ghostly celebrations, those phantom children at play, the voices of people who had loved and laughed and worried about the weather and their crops and their children's futures just as people did now, just as they always had. What happened to her, she asked, though part of her already suspected that this story wouldn't end with Morwen living peacefully to a ripe old age and dying surrounded by grateful grandchildren. To Morwen, I mean. What became of the tree speaker? Finn's expression grew thoughtful, touched with the particular sadness reserved for stories that don't end as one might hope. Stories that remind us that even the most beautiful magic comes with prices that must be paid by someone. She lived to be quite old, tending her grove, teaching the trees to remember, helping them preserve the echoes of times past. For many years, People came from all over Britain to listen to what the trees had to say. Scholars who wanted to verify historical accounts, bards seeking authentic details for their songs, ordinary folk who had lost family members and hoped to hear some echo of their voices preserved in the living wood. The wind outside had grown stronger, sending branches scraping against the cabin's walls in a rhythm that sounded almost like code, like some ancient language being tapped out in patterns that carried meaning for those who knew how to interpret them. Rain began to patter against the windows, creating a percussion that seemed to underscore Finn's words. The cabin responded by growing even more cosy, its interior warming and brightening as if in defiance of the weather's attempts to dampen the afternoon's mood. But as the world changed around them, Finn continued, turning to a page filled with what looked like a detailed map showing the gradual retreat of forest boundaries over the course of several centuries, as Norman efficiency replaced Saxon tradition, as new lords brought new ways of thinking about land and ownership, and the proper relationship between human beings and the natural world, fewer and fewer people came to listen to what the trees had to say. The map was painstakingly detailed, showing not just the physical changes to the landscape, but also marking the locations of sacred groves and standing stones, the sites of battles and celebrations, the places where the old ways had held on longest, before finally succumbing to the relentless advance of what people called progress. Many of the marked locations had been crossed out with different inks, presumably as they were cleared or built over or simply forgotten by populations that had more pressing concerns than preserving ancient memories. Morwen grew worried that the memories would be lost, Finn continued, turning to a page filled with what looked like a detailed ritual diagram surrounded by notes written in several different hands and languages. Not just the ones the trees had already gathered, but all the memories that were still being created, all the daily life and love and struggle that deserved to be preserved for future generations to learn from and treasure. The diagram was intricate beyond belief, showing circles within circles, spirals that seemed to move when looked at peripherally, symbols that hurt the eyes to follow but which clearly carried profound meaning for those who understood their significance. Around the edges, notes in Latin mixed with Old English and scripts that Alara couldn't identify, all apparently dealing with methods of binding consciousness to living things, of preserving individual awareness within the larger patterns of natural growth and decay. So she made a decision that was either brilliantly wise or foolishly romantic, depending on your perspective, Finn said, his finger tracing the outer circle of the diagram while his eyes remained fixed on Ilara's face, watching for her reaction to what he was about to reveal. She poured her own life force into the grove, binding her essence to the trees themselves, becoming the final and most important memory they would carry. Ilara's breath caught in her throat, and she set down her teacup with hands that had begun to tremble slightly. She became part of the forest, actually became part of the trees. In a sense, yes, but more than that, she became the keeper of all the memories, the consciousness that helped the trees organize their dreams, the voice that could call them to wakefulness when the right person came along. Finn closed the journal gently, as if it contained something too precious to handle carelessly, too dangerous to leave open where casual eyes might stumble across its secrets. For 15 years the grove has been silent. The trees have been dreaming alone, their memories scattered like seeds on barren ground, their songs reduced to whispers that only the most sensitive ears could detect. But now they're singing again, which means they found someone new, Alara finished, the implication settling over her like a cloak she wasn't sure she was ready to wear. Someone they think can take up where Morwen left off. The rain intensified outside, drumming against the roof with the persistence of someone trying to get attention. But inside the cabin, the atmosphere had grown even more intimate, as if the weather was simply emphasizing how safe and warm it was to be sitting by a fire, while great secrets revealed themselves like flowers blooming in fast motion. Alara found herself studying Finn's face in the firelight, noting the way his expression carried both excitement and a kind of protective worry that spoke of someone who understood the weight of magical responsibility. The afternoon light filtering through the windows had taken on the peculiar quality that preceded storms, growing both dimmer and more intense simultaneously as if the sky was concentrating all its available illumination into a smaller space. The contrast made the cabin's interior seem even more welcoming, a haven of warmth and wisdom surrounded by the wild forces of nature that existed beyond human control or understanding. "Tell me about the other tree speakers," she said quietly, settling deeper into her chair as she prepared to hear more stories that would change her understanding of the world and her place in it. Surely Morwen wasn't the only one who learned to communicate with the forest consciousness. Finn's eyebrows rose appreciatively, and he set his empty tea mug aside before settling back into his chair with the air of someone preparing for a much longer tale than he had initially anticipated. "Ah, now that's the question of someone who thinks like a true scholar. You're quite right, of course. Morwen was simply the most successful, the one who managed to create something lasting. But there have been others throughout the centuries, each with their own approach to the art of speaking with trees." He rose again, moving to another shelf where he selected a different volume, this one bound in what looked like bark rather than leather, its surface textured and organic in a way that made it seem almost alive. The cover was decorated with carved symbols that seemed to shift and change when viewed peripherally, and when he opened it, the pages rustled with a sound like wind through autumn leaves, like whispered conversations in languages that predated human speech. There was Aldrich the Listener, who lived during the time of the Saxon kings, when the great forest still stretched unbroken from coast to coast, and the old ways were as common as morning dew, Finn began, his finger tracing a passage written in a mixture of Old English and symbols that seemed to dance on the page. He discovered that certain trees could predict weather patterns months in advance, by feeling the deep movements of air and water through their root systems, by sensing the subtle changes in soil chemistry that preceded droughts or unusually wet seasons. The fire popped, sending a shower of sparks up the chimney like tiny stars seeking their way home to whatever celestial realm had given them birth. Outside, an owl called through the rain, its voice adding a haunting counterpoint to Finn's narrative. The cabin seemed to pulse with each gust of wind, as if it were breathing along with the storm, participating in the great cycle of expansion and contraction that governed all living things. Farmers would travel for days just to consult the oracle oak he had trained to speak its prophecies, Finn continued, turning to a page illustrated with tiny, intricate drawings of what looked like entire conversations rendered in pictures rather than words. They brought offerings of honeymead and fresh bread, not because the tree demanded payment, but because they understood that wisdom shared freely was still worth honouring with gifts given freely in return. The illustration showed scenes of rural life from an era that seemed both foreign and familiar. People in rough woven clothes gathering around massive trees, their faces upturned as if listening to voices only they could hear. Some pictures showed the same scenes in different seasons, documenting the cyclical nature of agricultural consultation, the way communities organised their planting and harvesting around the deeper rhythms that the trees alone could perceive. Then there was Brigid of the Iron Hills, Finn continued, turning to a section that seemed dedicated to a different type of tree-speaking entirely. She specialised in helping trees remember the songs of their youth. Not human songs, mind you, but the deep music that the earth itself sings when it's truly at peace, when the balance between growth and decay, between taking and giving, achieves perfect harmony. The pages here were covered with what looked like musical notation, but musical notation unlike anything Alara had ever seen. Instead of notes on staffs, there were spirals and curves and patterns that seemed to represent rhythms too complex for ordinary instruments to reproduce. Harmonies that existed in dimensions human ears weren't designed to perceive directly. They say that during her time, the forest would hum with melodies so beautiful that even the wolves would stop their hunting to listen, Finn said, his voice taking on a dreamy quality, as if he were trying to imagine sounds that existed beyond the normal range of human experience. Travellers reported feeling drawn off the main roads by music that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, songs that made them weep with joy without understanding why. Ilara shifted in her chair, feeling the weight of these stories settling into her bones like sediment in still water. Each tale of tree speaking revealed new possibilities, new ways of understanding the relationship between human consciousness and the vast intelligence that dwelt within the growing world. And they all bound themselves to the trees in the end, gave up their human lives to become part of the forest consciousness. Not all, Finn admitted, his tone growing more serious as he turned to a section of the book that seemed dedicated to cautionary tales rather than inspiring legends. Some tried to live normal lives, using their gifts only occasionally, treating the tree speech as a useful skill rather than a calling that demanded complete dedication. But the forest remembers those who turn away just as clearly as it remembers those who stay. The trees sing differently for someone who visits them only when convenient, who treats ancient wisdom as a resource to be exploited rather than a relationship to be cherished. He turned several more pages, past diagrams of root systems that looked like intricate mandalas, past pressed flowers whose colours defied any reasonable explanation, past maps showing the locations of sacred groves that had been lost to time and human expansion. Finally, he reached a section that seemed dedicated to warnings rather than instructions, pages filled with handwriting that was different from the rest, more urgent, more emotional, written by someone who had learned important lessons the hard way. "The power comes with a price," Finn read aloud, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might disturb the spirits of those who had paid that price. To speak with trees is to become rooted in their time frame, to think in seasons rather than days, to feel the slow patience that comes from living for centuries. Those who learn the deep speech find that human concerns begin to seem fleeting. The rain against the windows had settled into a steady rhythm now, creating a percussion that seemed to emphasize the gravity of his words. Lightning flickered in the distance, briefly illuminating the forest beyond in stark silver relief, before plunging it back into the comfortable darkness of the storm. The cabin's interior grew even more welcoming by contrast, its warm light and familiar scents offering a cocoon of safety against both the weather and the weight of ancient responsibility. "Is that why you live out here?" Elara asked softly, studying Finn's weathered features in the firelight, and wondering what choices had led him to this solitary existence among books and herbs and memories. "Because you've learned to speak with trees too?" Finn's smile was answer enough before he even spoke, an expression that managed to be both self-deprecating and deeply satisfied. "I'm what you might call a keeper of stories rather than a speaker of trees. My gift is for remembering what others have learned, for preserving their knowledge and passing it on when the right moment arrives. The trees tolerate me because I'm useful to them, but they don't sing for me the way they sang for you." He closed the bark-bound book and returned it to its place on the shelf, then moved to stir the fire with a poker that looked as if it had been carved from a single piece of driftwood, its surface worn smooth by years of handling and polish to a silver-grey sheen. The flames leapt higher in response, casting dancing shadows on the walls that seemed to move with purpose rather than randomness. "The question now," Finn continued, settling back into his chair with the deliberate movements of someone whose joints remembered every change in weather over the past several decades, "is what you intend to do with this knowledge. The trees have called to you, which means they believe you have the potential to become their new keeper, but potential and willingness are two very different things." The storm outside reached its peak as he spoke, wind howling through the trees with a voice that sounded almost like singing, almost like the harmonies Elara had heard in the distant grove. Rain lashed against the windows with renewed fury, but the cabin stood firm, its thick walls and sturdy timbers a testament to the skill of whoever had built it to weather any storm. Inside, the fire continued its patient work, keeping the darkness at bay while ancient secrets revealed themselves in the space between one word and the next. Elara stared into her teacup, watching the last few leaves swirl in patterns that reminded her of the way the flowers had moved in the singing grove, of the deer arranged in perfect circles, of all the impossible things that had seemed so natural in that enchanted space. The weight of decision pressed against her shoulders like a cloak made of lead, and she found herself wondering if this was how every generation discovered its purpose, by stumbling into it while looking for something else entirely. "What would it mean?" she asked finally, her voice barely audible above the sound of wind and rain. To accept their calling? Would I have to give up my wandering, my herb gathering, my freedom? Finn's chuckle carried no mockery, only the gentle understanding of someone who had wrestled with similar questions and found them more complex than they initially appeared. Freedom is a curious word when applied to those who work with magic, my dear. You'd be free to roam further than any human has ever wandered, to experience memories from centuries past, to help preserve knowledge that would otherwise be lost forever. But you'd also be bound to the grove in ways that would change how you see the world. He leaned forward, his eyes reflecting the firelight like pools of amber that held depths beyond measuring. Think of a river, if you will. Is it free because it flows wherever it wishes, or is it bound because it must follow the course the landscape provides? The river doesn't experience this as limitation. It experiences it as purpose, as the natural expression of its essential nature. The analogy hung in the air between them like a bridge waiting to be crossed, and Elara found herself understanding something that had been nagging at her consciousness since she first heard the trees singing, her wandering, her herb gathering, her solitary life in the forest. None of it had ever felt like choice in the conventional sense. It had felt like following an invisible current that carried her where she needed to be, when she needed to be there. "There's something else," Finn said, his voice carrying a note of reluctance, as if he were about to share information he'd hoped to keep to himself. "The trees have been sleeping for 15 years, which means their memories have been dormant, scattered. If someone were to wake them properly, to help them remember how to dream together again, they would need to be prepared for the full force of everything they've preserved." The fire settled lower, its flames growing steadier and more contemplative as the night wore on. Outside, the storm seemed to be losing some of its fury, the rain settling into a gentler rhythm that spoke of endurance rather than violence. In the newfound quiet, other sounds became audible: the settling of the cabin's timbers, the distant call of a night bird, the whisper of wind through leaves that sounded almost like conversation. "Centuries of memory, Elara," he continued, his gaze never leaving her face. "Every birth and death, every celebration and tragedy, every moment of joy and sorrow that has occurred within their awareness. All of it would flow through you at once, at least initially, until you learned to help them organize their dreams into manageable streams." The magnitude of what he was describing made Alara's head spin like a child who had been twirling too long in a meadow. She could barely manage her own memories sometimes. The weight of 30 years of wandering, of people met and lost, of places loved and left behind. How could anyone hope to contain the memories of centuries? "Morwen was different," Finn continued, perhaps reading the doubt in her expression. "She had been preparing for years, learning gradually, building up her capacity slowly like someone training for a long journey. You would be thrown into the deep water and expected to learn to swim very quickly indeed." Lightning flickered again outside, illuminating the windows for a brief moment before retreating back into the darkness. In that flash, Elara caught a glimpse of something that made her breath catch, a figure standing among the trees just beyond the garden, perfectly still despite the wind and rain. The form was indistinct, more suggestion than solid presence, but there was something about its posture that spoke of patient waiting, of someone who had been standing there for some time and was prepared to stand there much longer. "Did you see that?" she asked, pointing toward the window where the figure had appeared. Finn followed her gaze, his expression growing more interested than concerned. "See what exactly?" "There was someone standing in the trees. A woman, I think. She was—" Elara struggled to find words for what she had glimpsed in that brief moment of illumination. She was watching the cabin, watching us. Instead of reaching for a weapon or moving to check the door, Finn simply nodded, as if visitors during midnight thunderstorms were perfectly ordinary occurrences in his experience. "Ah, that would be Morwen, I expect. She tends to appear when important decisions are being made about her grove." The casual way he delivered this information made Elara wonder if perhaps she had wandered into a story that was far stranger than she had initially realized. The boundaries between past and present, between living and dead, between possible and impossible, seem to be much more flexible in this place than they were in the ordinary world beyond the forest's edge. You mean she's still alive? Still aware? Elara asked, though even as she spoke the word, she realized that concepts like alive and dead might not apply in the usual way to someone who had bound her consciousness to a grove of ancient trees. Death is a more flexible concept than most people realize, Finn replied, rising to add another log to the fire with movements that were becoming so familiar they felt like ritual. Especially for those who have bound themselves to living things. Morwen gave up her physical form 15 years ago, but her consciousness, her essence, that became part of the grove itself. She can manifest when circumstances require it, though doing so takes considerable effort. The new log caught immediately, sending fresh warmth into the room and painting the walls with renewed light. The shadows retreated temporarily, but somehow the atmosphere in the cabin had changed, grown more expectant, as if the very air was holding its breath waiting for something important to happen. She's here because the trees want you to understand the full scope of what they're offering, Finn continued, settling back into his chair with the particular satisfaction of someone whose suspicions were being confirmed in exactly the way he had hoped. They don't want you to make this choice blindly. They want you to know what you would become, what you would gain, and what you would sacrifice. As if summoned by his words, a soft knock echoed through the cabin. Not the sharp rap of knuckles on wood, but something gentler, more like the sound branches make when they tap against a window in a breeze. Finn rose without hesitation and moved to the door, pausing only to glance back at Elara with an expression that managed to be both reassuring and slightly apologetic. "Remember," he said softly, "she was human once too. Whatever she has become since then, she understands what it means to face this choice." The door opened to admit a figure that seemed to be constructed as much from moonlight and mist as from flesh and bone. Morwen, for there was no doubt that this was the tree speaker of legend, stepped across the threshold with the fluid grace of someone who had learned to move like water, like wind, like all the natural forces that recognize no barrier as permanent. Her hair flowed around her shoulders in waves that shifted colour with each flicker of firelight, sometimes appearing silver, sometimes green, occasionally catching glimpses of the deep brown of rich earth. Her clothing seemed to be cut from fabric woven from shadow and starlight, garments that existed in the space between substance and suggestion. But it was her eyes that held Elara's attention, depths that suggested centuries of accumulated wisdom, but which still sparkled with warmth that was recognisably, fundamentally human. Whatever transformation she had undergone, whatever price she had paid for her connection to the grove, she had retained something essential of who she had been before. "Elara," she said, her voice carrying harmonies like a chord struck on some impossible instrument, like the sound of wind through leaves translated into human speech. "I hoped we might have a chance to speak before you decided whether to accept our invitation." The word "our" hung in the air like incense, heavy with implication. It was clear that when Morwen spoke, she spoke not just for herself, but for the entire network of consciousness that dwelt within the grove, the collective awareness of trees that had learned to dream together. Elara found herself standing without conscious decision, drawn by something in Morwen's presence that felt like recognition, like coming home after a long journey through foreign lands. "You're really her," Elara managed, her voice emerging as barely more than a whisper. The tree speaker from Finn's stories. Morwen's laugh sounded like wind chimes made from crystallized sunlight, like the music of spheres translated into something human ears could appreciate. "I'm what remains of her, certainly, though I'm not sure the distinction matters as much as you might think." She moved toward the fire with steps that made no sound on the wooden floor, and when she extended her hands toward the flames, the light seemed to bend toward her as if eager for her attention. The cabin, which had felt cosy and intimate before, now seemed to expand to accommodate this new presence, its walls somehow containing more space than their physical dimensions should have allowed. The fire burned brighter, the shadows grew deeper, and the very air seemed to thrum with potential energy like the moment before lightning strikes. "The trees have been dreaming of you for months," Morwen continued. her gaze finding Alara's and holding it with the gentle intensity of someone who had learned to see past surface appearances into the deeper truths that dwelt within every human heart. They felt your presence in the forest long before you found your way to their grove. Every plant you tended with care rather than greed, every herb you gathered with respect and gratitude, every moment you spent listening to what the growing things were trying to tell you, all of it convinced them that you might be the one they've been waiting for. Finn busied himself with preparing a third cup of tea, though he glanced frequently between his two visitors as if monitoring a conversation whose outcome would affect more than just the people speaking. The fire continued to burn with unusual steadiness, its light creating a circle of warmth and safety in which impossible things could be discussed as calmly as the weather. "I felt something in that grove," Lara admitted, settling back into her chair as Morwen took the seat Finn had vacated. "Something that made me want to stay, to listen until I forgot everything else. But the thought of that terrifies me as much as it attracts me." Morwen nodded with the understanding of someone who had wrestled with identical fears, who had stood at the same crossroads and felt the same mixture of longing and terror. "The call of the deep magic is like that, irresistible and terrifying in equal measure. When I first heard the trees speaking, I ran from the forest and didn't return for 3 months. But eventually I realized that running from your nature is like trying to outrun your own shadow." She accepted the cup Finn offered with a gracious nod, though Alara noticed that when she raised it to her lips, no steam rose from the liquid and her throat didn't move as if she were actually swallowing. The gestures were there, the forms of humanity maintained, but the substance had become something else entirely, a performance of mortality given by someone who had moved beyond its limitations. "Tell me about the memories," Alara said, leaning forward despite her apprehension. "Finn says they would all flow through me at once if I tried to wake the trees. What would that actually feel like?" Morwen's expression grew distant, her eyes focusing on something far beyond the cabin walls, seeing perhaps into the vast network of consciousness that connected every tree in the grove like neurons in some impossibly large brain. "Imagine standing in a river during flood season," she said slowly, "and trying to drink from it without drowning. Every memory the trees have preserved would seek to flow through your consciousness simultaneously. Battles and births, celebrations and sorrows, the quiet moments of daily life and the earth-shaking events that change the course of history, all trying to be experienced at once." She set down her cup and extended one hand toward the fire, watching as the flames seemed to dance between her fingers without burning them, responding to her presence like plants reaching towards sunlight. "But it's not entirely overwhelming, though it certainly feels that way initially. The memories organize themselves eventually, sorting into streams and tributaries that you can navigate with practice. The trick is surviving that first rush long enough to learn how to direct the flow." The storm outside had quieted to a gentle pattering against the windows, as if even the weather recognized that important truths were being shared and didn't want to provide distracting accompaniment. The cabin had grown warmer as the evening progressed, its interior taking on the quality of a cocoon where transformation could occur safely, where someone could shed one version of themselves and emerge as something new. "And if someone doesn't survive it?" Alara asked, though she wasn't entirely sure she wanted to hear the answer. "Then they become part of the memories themselves," Morwen replied matter-of-factly, her tone carrying no judgment or fear, only the calm acceptance of someone who had learned to see death as transition rather than ending. "Their consciousness joins the collective dream, adding their own experiences to the vast library the trees maintain. It's not death, exactly, but it's not continued individual existence either." The implications of this hung in the air like smoke, beautiful and terrifying in equal measure. To join the grove's consciousness would mean immortality of a sort, but at the cost of individual identity. Alara found herself wondering if that would feel like transcendence or obliteration, and realized that perhaps the difference mattered less than she thought. "There are benefits, of course," Morwen continued, her tone brightening like sunrise after a long night. To be connected to the grove is to have access to wisdom accumulated over centuries. Questions that would take scholars lifetimes to research can be answered by consulting the memories directly. You would know the healing properties of every plant that has ever grown in this forest, understand weather patterns in ways that would make you invaluable to any farming community, possess knowledge of history that has been lost to human record keeping. She turned to face Alara directly, her eyes holding the kind of intensity that suggested this was the most important part of their convey. But more than that, you would be part of something greater than individual existence. The loneliness that comes from being human, that sense of being isolated in our own minds, unable to truly share our deepest experiences, that would be replaced by connection to a consciousness vast enough to contain multitudes. Finn had returned to his chair, but he remained silent, apparently content to let Morwen explain the realities of tree speaking from her unique perspective. The fire continued its steady burning, and the books on their shelves seemed to lean in slightly, as if they too were interested in how this conversation would resolve itself. "It sounds beautiful," Alara said quietly, "and terrifying, and completely insane all at the same time." Morwen's laughter filled the cabin with warmth that had nothing to do with the fire burning in the hearth. "That's probably the most accurate description of it I've ever heard. Yes, it's all of those things. But then again, so is being fully alive in any meaningful sense." She rose from her chair and moved to one of Finn's windows, gazing out into the forest, where the storm was slowly giving way to clearer skies. Patches of starlight were beginning to show between the clouds, and the wind had gentled from a howl to a whisper that carried scents of rain-washed earth and growing things. The choice is yours, of course. The trees won't force anyone to become their keeper, but they wanted you to understand that if you decide to accept their calling, you won't be walking that path alone. The implication hung in the air like morning mist, beautiful and ephemeral, but unmistakably present. Alara found herself studying Morwen's profile in the firelight, noting the way her form seemed to shimmer slightly at the edges, as if she existed in multiple states simultaneously. There was something both comforting and unsettling about the idea of never being alone again, of having one's consciousness merged with something vast and ancient and endlessly wise. "How long do I have to decide?" Alara asked, though part of her already knew that this wasn't the kind of choice that could be postponed indefinitely. Morwen turned back from the window, her expression gentle but serious. "The trees are patient by nature, but they've been sleeping for 15 years. The memories they hold are beginning to fade around the edges, like ink exposed to too much sunlight. Without a keeper to help them organize their dreams, to reinforce the connections between past and present, they risk losing pieces of themselves that can never be recovered." She moved closer to the fire, her form becoming more solid and present as she approached its light, as if the flames somehow anchored her to the physical world. "There's also the matter of the changing world beyond these woods. Lords with new ideas about land ownership, merchants who see old forests as obstacles to progress, soldiers who view any unexplained phenomenon as a potential threat. The grove's protection has always depended partly on people forgetting it exists. But silence and forgetting are two very different things." Finn leaned forward in his chair, his weathered hands clasped around his teacup like an anchor in uncertain waters. "There's also the practical matter of the season," he added quietly. "The trees are most receptive to new connections during the time between summer and autumn, when their sap runs slower and their consciousness turns inward. We're approaching that time now, but it won't last forever." The fire crackled softly, sending up sparks that seemed to dance with unusual purpose, as if they were trying to spell out words in some ancient alphabet that only the trees could read. Outside, the last of the storm clouds were dispersing, revealing a sky brilliant with stars that seemed closer than usual, as if the heavens themselves had leaned down to listen to the conversation taking place in the small cabin. "Show me," Alara said suddenly, the words emerging from someplace deeper than conscious thought. "I need to understand what I'd be choosing. Can you let me experience just a little of what it's like to touch the edge of the grove's memories without diving all the way in?" Morwen and Finn exchanged a look that spoke of years of shared understanding, of conversations held in looks and gestures rather than words. Something passed between them, a question asked and answered, a permission sought and granted, before Morwen nodded slowly. "It's possible," she said, "though not without risk. Even a small taste of the collective memory can be overwhelming for someone unprepared. But if you're certain you want to try..." She extended her hand toward Elara, palm up, and in the firelight her skin seemed to glow with its own inner radiance, like moonlight made tangible. "Take my hand, and I'll share with you just one memory. Something gentle, something beautiful, something that will give you a sense of what the trees preserve without drowning you in the full flood." Elara hesitated for only a moment before reaching out to clasp Morwen's hand. The touch was unlike anything she had ever experienced. Warm and cool simultaneously, solid yet somehow ethereal, like grasping a beam of moonlight that had decided to become temporarily tangible. The moment their skin made contact, the cabin around them seemed to fade, its solid walls becoming translucent, its familiar objects dissolving into suggestion and shadow. But instead of darkness, Elara found herself standing in the same space during what must have been high summer decades or perhaps centuries ago. Sunlight streamed through windows that opened onto a garden far more elaborate than the one she'd seen outside, where roses climbed walls in cascades of red and white and gold, their blooms so perfect they seemed like something from a dream of paradise. Fruit trees heavy with apple and pear stretched toward a sky so blue it made her eyes water with its intensity, and the air was thick with the perfume of flowers she couldn't identify, scents that spoke of abundance and joy and the particular satisfaction that comes from work done with love. A woman she didn't recognize sat at a table laden with herbs and flowers, her hands moving with practiced precision as she bound them into bundles that would dry in the warm air. Her face was serene, concentrated, touched with the particular satisfaction that comes from work well done and a life lived in harmony with the turning seasons. Her dress was simple but well made, dyed the deep blue of summer skies, and her hair was caught back with a ribbon that matched the roses climbing the nearby wall. From somewhere nearby came the sound of children's laughter, bright and clear as silver bells, mixing with the distant lowing of cattle and the everyday sounds of a life lived in peace and prosperity. A cat dozed in a patch of sunlight near the woman's feet, its fur gleaming like spun gold, while bees hummed their way from flower to flower with the focused determination of tiny workers completing important tasks. But underlying it all was something else, a sense of connection that went deeper than sight or sound. Elara could feel the consciousness of every living thing in the garden, from the roses reaching toward the sun to the earthworms enriching the soil, to the bees carrying pollen from bloom to bloom. She could sense their contentment, their purpose, their place in the vast web of life that connected all growing things in a network of mutual support and understanding. This was a summer afternoon in the year 1156. Morwen's voice came from everywhere and nowhere, carrying information directly into Elara's understanding rather than through her ears. The woman you see was called Aldara. She lived here for 70 years, tending this garden, raising 6 children, healing the ills of everyone who came to her door. She died peacefully in her sleep on a winter night, surrounded by grandchildren who carried on her work. The scene shifted subtly, showing the same garden in different seasons. Autumn with its riot of colour as the leaves turned and the harvest was gathered. Winter with snow transforming every branch into crystalline art, while the herb bundles hung safely in warm sheds. Spring with its explosion of new growth reaching toward the warming sun with irrepressible optimism. Through it all, the sense of continuity persisted, the feeling that this place was more than just geography, that it was a living repository of all the love and care and daily kindness that had been invested in it over the years. The trees remember all of it, Morwen continued, her voice warm with affection for these preserved moments. Every harvest celebrated, every child born, every moment of joy or sorrow or simple contentment, they hold it all like treasure, waiting for someone who can help them share these gifts with the world again. Gradually the vision faded, the sunlit garden dissolving back into the familiar walls of Finn's cabin. But the feeling lingered, that sense of connection, of being part of something larger and more enduring than individual existence. Alara found herself back in her chair, Morwen's hand still clasped in hers, but the touch no longer felt quite so otherworldly. It felt like friendship, like recognition, like coming home. That was just one memory among thousands, Morwen said gently, releasing Alara's hand with obvious reluctance. One afternoon among decades, one life among the hundreds the Grove has witnessed and preserved. But it gives you some sense of what we're stewarding, what we're trying to keep safe for future generations. Alara sat in silence for several minutes, letting the echoes of the vision settle into her consciousness like sediment in still water. The woman Aldara hadn't been anyone special by historical standards, no queen or saint or legendary figure whose deeds would be recorded in chronicles. Just someone who had lived with attention and care, who had made her small corner of the world more beautiful and more healing than she had found it. She was magnificent, Alara said finally, her voice thick with emotion she hadn't expected to feel. Not because of anything extraordinary she accomplished, but because of how present she was, how much love she put into the most ordinary things. Finn nodded approvingly, his eyes bright with something that might have been pride. That's exactly what the trees preserve best, not the grand gestures or the famous battles, but the everyday moments that make life worth living. The way someone's face lights up when they see a friend approaching, the satisfaction of work well done, the quiet contentment of falling asleep surrounded by people you love. The fire had burned lower during their conversation, its flames settling into the steady, contemplative rhythm that marked the deep hours of the night. Outside, the storm had passed completely, leaving behind air so clear that the stars seemed close enough to pluck from the sky like fruit from a tree. The cabin felt suspended between worlds, between the everyday reality of wood and stone and flame, and the vast network of memory and meaning that stretched through the forest like invisible roots. "I think I understand now why the trees chose you," Morwen said, her gaze fixed on Alara with something that looked like maternal pride. "You have the same quality that Aldara possessed, the ability to find the sacred in the ordinary, to see the connections that bind all living things together. That's what tree speaking really is, at its heart. It's not about magic in the sense of flashy spells or impossible feats. It's about recognizing the magic that's already there, woven into the fabric of every moment." She rose from her chair again, but this time she moved toward the door rather than the window. "I should go. The Grove is restless tonight, stirred by our conversation, excited by the possibility of awakening after so many years of dormancy. They'll want to know what you've decided." Alara felt a sudden surge of panic, as if time was accelerating beyond her control. "But I haven't decided yet. I need more time to think, to consider what this would mean for my life, my freedom, my—" "Your fear," Morwen said gently, turning back with a smile that held no judgment, only understanding. "It's natural to be afraid, Alara. I was terrified when I first accepted the calling. The magnitude of what we're offered, and what we're asked to give in return, is enough to overwhelm anyone with sense." She paused at the threshold, her form already beginning to shimmer, as if the act of leaving was causing her to fade back into whatever realm she normally inhabited. "But remember this. Fear is often just excitement wearing a disguise. The same energy that makes you want to run away is what will carry you forward when you finally choose to embrace your destiny." The door closed behind her with a soft click that seemed to echo through dimensions, leaving Alara and Finn alone with the fire and the weight of decision that seemed to press against the cabin walls like floodwater seeking any crack through which it might enter. The silence stretched between them, comfortable but charged with unspoken thoughts and possibilities. "She's right, you know," Finn said eventually, his voice quiet in the aftermath of Morwen's departure. "About fear and excitement being the same energy. I've seen it dozens of times over the years. People standing at the threshold of their true calling, paralyzed by the very thing that could set them free." Elara stared into the fire, watching the flames dance in patterns that reminded her of the singing trees, of the flowers that had moved in rhythm with music only they could hear. "It's not just fear," she admitted finally. "It's the idea of giving up choice. Once I accept this calling, if I accept it, there's no going back. No changing my mind if I decide I don't like being connected to centuries of other people's memories." Finn's chuckle was warm and knowing. Choice is an interesting concept when applied to matters of calling and destiny. Did you choose to become an herbalist, or did your hands simply find their way to healing plants from the time you were old enough to toddle through a garden? Did you choose to wander these forests, or did your feet carry you here despite whatever plans your mind might have made? He leaned forward, adding another log to the fire with practiced ease. Sometimes what we think of as choice is really just the moment when we stop fighting against our own nature and allow ourselves to become who we were always meant to be. The new log caught with a satisfying whoosh, sending fresh warmth and light into the room. Shadows retreated temporarily before creeping back in, but somehow they seemed friendlier now, less like barriers to vision, and more like comfortable companions settling in for the night. "Tell me about your life before you came to this cabin," Elara said, seeking to understand the path that had led this wise, gentle man to become keeper of ancient stories. "How did you know this was where you belonged?" Finn's eyes took on the distant look of someone sorting through decades of memory, selecting which threads to pull forward into the light. "I was a scholar once, in the early days after the conquest, when Norman efficiency was colliding with Saxon tradition, and both sides were convinced they alone possessed the truth. I studied in the scriptoriums of great monasteries, copying manuscripts and pretending that wisdom could be preserved between the covers of books." He paused to sip his tea, which somehow remained warm despite the late hour and the many interruptions to their conversation. The fire continued to burn with unusual steadiness, creating an island of warmth and safety in the vast sea of forest that surrounded them. But I kept finding references to knowledge that couldn't be captured in writing, stories that changed depending on who told them, healing techniques that worked only when the practitioner understood the spirit behind the herbs as well as their physical properties, prophecies that revealed their meaning only when the proper time arrived. The fire settled into a lower, steadier burning, its light creating an intimate circle within which past and present seemed to blur together like watercolours left in the rain. Outside, night sounds had replaced the storm, the soft call of owls, the rustle of small creatures moving through underbrush, the whisper of wind through leaves that might or might not be carrying messages between the trees. I left the monastery on a winter morning when the snow lay 3 feet deep, and even the most faithful were questioning whether God had forgotten them entirely, Finn continued, his voice taking on the rhythmic cadence of someone who had told this story before, perhaps to himself on long nights, when the past felt more real than the present. I told myself I was seeking knowledge that couldn't be found in books, but really I was seeking something I couldn't even name. He gestured around the cabin, encompassing the countless volumes that lined the walls, the herbs hanging from the rafters, the mysterious objects that seemed to serve purposes beyond ordinary understanding. I found this place by accident, or what I thought was accident at the time. The cabin was empty then, its previous inhabitant having passed on some years before, but it felt right, like coming home after a journey I'd forgotten I was taking. Elara could picture him as a young man, probably not much older than she was now, standing in the doorway of an empty cabin and feeling the weight of destiny settling around his shoulders like a cloak. The image carried its own poignancy, another life changed irrevocably by the forest's subtle call. Another person who had discovered that home wasn't a place you were born, but a place you recognised. "Do you ever regret it?" she asked quietly. "Giving up the monastery, the scholarly life, the certainty of knowing exactly what was expected of you?" Finn's smile was answer enough before he spoke, an expression that managed to encompass decades of contentment, despite the unconventional path he had chosen. Regret is too simple a word for the complex mixture of feelings that comes from choosing an unconventional path. There have been times when I missed the community, the sense of shared purpose, the comfort of having questions answered by authority, rather than having to discover truth through experience. He rose to stir the fire again, though it hardly needed tending. The gesture seemed more about giving his hand something to do while his thoughts ranged over decades of solitary study and quiet service. But regret implies that I would make a different choice if given the opportunity, and I wouldn't. This life has shown me wonders that no monastery could contain, taught me truths that no manuscript could convey. I've been privileged to serve as a bridge between what was and what is, helping preserve knowledge for those who will need it in times yet to come. The parallels between his story and the choice facing Elara were obvious, hanging in the air between them like smoke from the fire. She found herself understanding something that had been nagging at her consciousness since she first heard the trees singing. Her wandering, her herb gathering, her solitary life in the forest. None of it had ever felt like choice in the conventional sense. It had felt like following an invisible current that carried her where she needed to be, when she needed to be there. "The trees are still singing," she said suddenly, realizing that underneath all their conversation, beneath the storm and the revelations and the weight of decision, she had been aware of a distant harmony that seemed to emanate from the forest itself. "I can hear them even here, even with the windows closed." Finn cocked his head, listening to something beyond the range of ordinary hearing. "Yes," he said after a moment. "They're excited, hopeful. They can sense that change is coming, that their long sleep might finally be ending." The sound was almost inaudible, more felt than heard, a subtle vibration that seemed to resonate in the very bones of the cabin, a rhythm that matched the beating of her heart so perfectly that she wondered if perhaps she'd been hearing it her entire life, without realizing what it was. It was beautiful and haunting and utterly compelling, like a lullaby sung by the earth itself. "They're not just singing for me, are they?" Elara asked, understanding flooding through her like sunrise. "They're singing for everyone who might listen, everyone who might remember that magic is real and present and woven into the fabric of the world." Finn nodded approvingly, his eyes bright with a particular joy that comes from watching someone discover truth for themselves. "The trees don't speak only to their keeper, my dear. They speak to anyone with ears to hear, hearts to understand. The keeper's role is to help organize their songs, to ensure that their messages reach those who need them most, to preserve their memories for future generations." The fire had burned low again, its flames subsiding to a gentle glow that painted the cabin walls in warm amber light. The late hour was making itself known in the settling of timbers, the cooling of the air, the way shadows gathered in corners like old friends preparing to share the most important secrets of all. But neither Elara nor Finn showed any inclination to bring their conversation to a close, as if both understood that some discussions existed outside the normal flow of time. Hours passed in this way, with conversation flowing like a gentle stream between topics both profound and mundane. They spoke of the changing seasons and the properties of healing herbs, of the way Norman architecture was slowly replacing Saxon building styles, of the subtle differences between the songs of various birds and what those differences might mean to someone who had learned to interpret them properly. Finn shared more stories from his collection, tales of hedge witches who could predict storms by watching the behaviour of spiders, of wise women who communicated with the spirits of ancient burial mounds, of ordinary people who had discovered extraordinary gifts and learned to use them in service of their communities. Each story added another layer to Elara's understanding of the world she was being invited to join, a world where magic was not a separate realm, but an integral part of daily life, where the boundary between natural and supernatural was as permeable as morning mist. She began to see that her choice was not really between a normal life and a magical one, but between continuing to live on the edges of magic and stepping fully into its embrace. As the night deepened toward dawn, their conversation turned to practical matters. If she chose to accept the tree's calling, what would the process actually involve? How long would it take to establish the connection? What preparations would be necessary? "The binding ritual itself is relatively simple," Finn explained, consulting yet another volume from his extensive collection. "It requires 3 elements: the willing consent of the new keeper, the unanimous agreement of the grove's consciousness, and the presence of someone who can guide the process safely. The last keeper to be properly initiated was Morwen herself, and that was 30 years ago. He showed her diagrams that looked like dance steps or meditation positions, symbols that seemed to shift meaning depending on the angle of view, passages written in languages that predated any modern tongue. The challenging part isn't the ritual itself, but the days that follow. The initial flood of memory can last anywhere from 3 days to a full week, and during that time, the new keeper requires constant attendance to ensure they don't become lost in the past. Lost how? Alara asked, studying a particularly complex diagram that seemed to show the same figure in multiple positions simultaneously. Imagine trying to maintain your sense of self while experiencing the lives of hundreds of different people, Finn replied. For a few days you would remember being a Saxon farmer worried about the harvest, a Norman knight riding to war, a mother singing lullabies to children who grew up to become grandparents decades ago. The boundaries between you and them become fluid. The description was both terrifying and strangely appealing. To lose herself so completely, to become part of something vast and ancient and wise, it would be like death and rebirth simultaneously, like dissolving into the ocean and discovering that the ocean was made of consciousness rather than water. But you said Morwen survived it, she pointed out, and others before her. Morwen was exceptional, Finn admitted. She had been preparing for years, building up her mental defences, learning techniques for maintaining coherent thought, while experiencing multiple streams of consciousness. Most importantly, she had help. Other tree speakers from distant groves who came to guide her through the process. He closed the book with a soft thud that seemed to echo through the cabin's quiet interior. You would be attempting something that has never been done before, becoming a keeper without gradually building up to it, without the support network that previous generations took for granted. It would be challenging. The fire had burned down to glowing coals now, painting the room in deep red light that made everything seem dreamlike and slightly unreal. Outside, the first hints of dawn were beginning to touch the eastern sky, though full sunrise was still hours away. The quality of silence had changed too, from the deep quiet of full night to the expectant hush that preceded morning. "I think," Alara said slowly, the words emerging from some place of certainty she hadn't known she possessed. "I think I've known what I was going to choose from the moment I heard their songs. All this talking, all this careful consideration. It's been my mind trying to catch up with what my heart decided hours ago." Finn's smile was radiant, transforming his weathered features into something that might have belonged to a young man discovering the world's possibilities for the first time. "And what has your heart decided?" The question hung in the air like a challenge, like an invitation, like the final note of a melody that had been building toward a resolution since the moment she had first set foot in the singing grove. Alara found herself standing without conscious decision, drawn toward the door by an imperative that felt as natural as breathing. "My heart has decided to stop running from who I'm supposed to be," she said, her voice steady despite the magnitude of what she was committing herself to. "The trees called to me because they recognize something in my nature that I've been too afraid to acknowledge. But fear isn't a good enough reason to turn away from destiny." She moved toward the door, pausing only to look back at Finn with gratitude that went beyond words. "Thank you," she said simply, "for the stories, for the wisdom, for helping me understand what I was really choosing." Finn rose from his chair, his movements carrying the satisfaction of someone whose work had reached a successful conclusion. "The pleasure was entirely mine, my dear. And remember, you won't be walking this path alone. The forest is full of friends you haven't met yet, allies you haven't discovered, sources of wisdom and support that will reveal themselves when you need them most." The door opened beneath her hand as if it had been waiting for her touch, revealing a night transformed by the storm's passage. The air was crystalline clear, so pure it seemed to sparkle in the starlight, and every scent was magnified. The rich smell of wet earth, the green growing essence of leaves washed clean, the distant promise of dawn already gathering strength in the eastern sky. The forest stretched away in all directions, vast and mysterious and utterly alive, its trees swaying in a breeze that carried harmonies only she could hear. Elara stepped across the threshold into her new life, leaving behind the safety of the cabin for the vast uncertainty and infinite possibility of the woods. But she didn't feel afraid anymore. Instead, she felt like someone who had finally remembered her own name after years of answering to something else, someone who had found her way home after a lifetime of wandering without realizing she was lost. The forest welcomed her with a susurrus of leaves that sounded like applause, like approval, like the earth itself expressing satisfaction that another of its children had finally accepted their calling. Somewhere ahead lay the grove, the singing trees, the vast repository of memory and meaning that would become her responsibility and her gift. But for now, it was enough to walk through the night-touched woods, listening to harmonies that had been calling her name since before she was born, following paths that led not just through space but through time itself toward a destiny she was finally ready to embrace. The journey to the grove took most of the remaining night, though Elara found herself experiencing it outside the normal flow of time. Each step seemed to carry her not just forward through space, but deeper into some realm where the ordinary rules of cause and effect held less sway. The forest around her grew older as she walked, the trees larger and more ancient, their trunks scarred with the passage of centuries, their canopies so dense that starlight barely penetrated to the forest floor. She passed landmarks that seemed familiar despite her certainty that she'd never walked this particular path before. A stream that babbled with voices speaking in languages she didn't recognize but somehow understood. A clearing where wildflowers bloomed in patterns too perfect to be natural, standing stones that hummed with their own inner music when she drew near. Everything felt charged with potential, pregnant with meaning that existed just beyond the edge of conscious understanding. The singing grew stronger as she approached the grove, individual voices becoming distinct within the greater harmony. She could hear the deep bass notes of ancient oaks, the lighter melodies of ash and birch, the intricate harmonies woven by trees whose species she couldn't identify. But underneath it all was something else, a rhythm that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the earth itself, a fundamental frequency that connected all living things in one vast, breathing organism. When she finally reached the boundary of the grove, marked by standing stones so old they seemed to have grown from the earth, rather than been placed there, the singing reached a crescendo that made her knees weak with its beauty. The trees within the circle were massive beyond anything she had ever seen, their trunks disappearing upward into darkness, their roots visible above ground like the ribs of some impossible cathedral built from living wood. And there, at the centre of it all, stood a tree that dwarfed even its ancient companions. Its trunk was easily 40 feet across, its bark silver-white in the starlight, its branches reaching so high they seemed to touch the very dome of the sky. This was the heart tree, the first among equals, the consciousness that bound all the others together in their shared dreaming. As Elara approached, the singing modulated into something that felt like welcome, like recognition, like a choir that had been waiting centuries for its conductor to finally arrive. The air around the heart tree shimmered with something that might have been heat distortion, if heat could carry emotions, patterns of light and shadow that seemed to pulse with meaning. She placed her hands against the ancient bark, feeling its texture like braille written in a language older than words. The moment her skin made contact, the world exploded into sensation. Every memory the grove had ever preserved rushed through her consciousness in an instant. Lifetimes of experience compressed into a heartbeat, centuries of accumulated wisdom flooding her awareness like water through a broken dam. She saw herself as a Saxon child playing hide-and-seek among these very trees, felt the terror of a Norman soldier who had lost his way in the forest during a winter storm, experienced the quiet contentment of countless herbalists and wise women who had come to gather plants and wisdom from the grove's abundant offerings. She was everyone and no one, individual and collective, mortal and eternal all at once. But instead of being overwhelmed, Instead of losing herself in the flood of memory, she felt herself expanding to contain it all. Her consciousness stretched like a vessel being filled with the living water, growing larger and more capacious with each passing moment. The memories organized themselves into streams and rivers, tributaries of experience that she could navigate with increasing confidence. She understood now why the trees had chosen her. Her years of wandering, of learning to read the subtle language of plants and seasons, of living alone with her thoughts, all of it had been preparation for this moment. She had learned to be comfortable with solitude because she would never be truly alone again. She had learned to listen to the whispers of growing things because she would become the voice through which they spoke to the world. The transformation continued through the remaining hours of darkness, her individual consciousness gradually merging with the vast network of awareness that dwelt within the grove. She felt herself becoming something new. Still Ilara, but Ilara expanded beyond the boundaries of a single lifetime. Ilara connected to every living thing that had ever found shelter beneath these ancient branches. As dawn broke over the forest, painting the eastern sky in shades of gold and rose, the singing gradually subsided to a gentle hum of contentment. The grove had found its new keeper, and the keeper had found her true home. The long sleep was over, and the dreams would continue, richer and more complex than ever before. Ilara, though she was so much more than Ilara now, opened eyes that had learned to see across centuries, and smiled with a face that held the wisdom of ages. The work was just beginning, but for the first time in her life, she knew exactly who she was and where she belonged. Behind her, Finn emerged from the forest path carrying a pack of supplies and wearing the satisfied expression of someone whose careful planning had come to fruition. "Welcome home," he said simply, and began the gentle work of helping the grove's new keeper learn to organize her vast inheritance of memory and meaning. The trees sang softly around them, their harmonies carrying on the morning breeze to any who had learned to listen with more than their ears. And in that small clearing, surrounded by ancient witnesses and bathed in the golden light of dawn, the endless work of preserving wisdom and tending memories continued, as it had for centuries, as it would for centuries more. And so, our tale of rustling leaves and ancient callings draws to its gentle close, like evening settling over the forest with its promise of peaceful dreams. Ilara has found her path, stepping across the threshold from one life into another, accepting the vast responsibility and infinite gift of becoming keeper of the grove's memories. The trees have awakened from their long sleep, their songs once again weaving through the forest like golden threads, connecting past to present to future. As you drift toward your own dreams tonight, perhaps you'll hear the echo of those ancient harmonies in the whisper of wind through leaves. Feel the deep patience of roots that reach through dark earth toward hidden springs of wisdom. The grove continues its eternal work, preserving the precious moments that make life beautiful, the laughter of children, the satisfaction of honest work, the quiet contentment of lives lived with attention and care. In forests around the world, trees stand sentinel over memories both grand and humble, keeping safe the stories that connect us all. And somewhere, in a grove marked by standing stones and touched by starlight, a keeper tends those stories with hands that have learned to speak the language of growing things, ensuring that nothing beautiful is ever truly lost. Rest well, dear listener, and may your sleep be filled with the rustling peace of enchanted leaves, carrying you safely through the night toward whatever new stories await with tomorrow's dawn. The trees are singing still, their melodies weaving through dreams and waking alike, reminding us that we're all part of one vast, beautiful, ever-growing song. Thank you for walking with me through the whispering wood. Until our paths cross again in another tale, may you find magic in the quiet moments, wisdom in the space between heartbeats, and always, always remember to listen for the songs the world is singing just for you.